Hello. Hi, hi. How are you doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. I'm still flat. I'm still flat. Wow. Hope you're doing good. Hi, Brad Talk. Hi, Dragon. Hi, Evie. Wait. Hello, hello. Hi. I think I ate something wrong, but it's okay. This is only mild. I'm feeling a little bit of that mild food poisoning. It's not like it beat me to the ground. No. It's just a little bit of and also a little bit of eh. Wait, is the fish not working? No way. It's working. Somehow that lurk but high is not working. If it works, I should fish one more time, I think. Anyways, I hope you are having a nice Saturday. I for one can I had an okay morning, not gonna lie. I'm not fishing again. Wow, shit. I wonder why. I'm gonna look into it after. Right. So I woke up early this morning. Right. I woke up early this morning for good reason because I get to join Celeste via group via chat again. Right. And I was really happy until I received 2 phone calls this morning, and I had to leave early. Like I really have to leave early this morning. It's like, god damn it. Right. I was having so much fun too, right? And then I joined the Never Have I Ever. It's like it's really nice, people are laughing and everything. There were more people, so I was a little bit scared too, but no buts, just that yeah. It was a little bit overwhelming to me when there's like a lot of people there. But I was still okay. I enjoyed my time at the VR chat group hangout, right? But then it's like when the phone call comes in, it's like, God, my brain is like, God damn it. Can I have a full day of having fun with the VR chat group hangout? It's like, God damn it, it's been so many weeks. It's been so many weeks that I have to leave early. Celeste is also nice enough, well, mistress is also nice enough to to take the picture earlier because of me, right? Like because of me, so they decide to take the group picture earlier than usual, and I'm glad she decided to do that because I was happy, right? So yeah, that's pretty much the morning, right? And I have to go do the legal stuff again. It's never ending. But I think one thing that me and my mom has been thinking about lately is to just give up the legal issue. To just give up, right? There's no need to fight anymore. Clearly, they have the advantage. Clearly, they have the financial upper hand, right? So there's no need to fight over it. If they want the property, if they want the inheritance, me and my mom would just be like, yeah, we just give up, give it to them. There's no use to fighting over this because we are going on a financial downhill. So yeah, I think it's soon enough that we're going to just give up on that legality issue, and then we're just gonna like, yeah, like we're not gonna be able to inherit any inheritance from my dad's mom, right? But I think that's better than just keep fighting over something like that and then losing everything while we're trying to fight for the inheritance. Yeah, that's what me and mom has been thinking of. So was nice they can see you there. It's always nice to see Bray Talk there as well. Always makes me happy. Like, oh my god. Draken. Also, hi Selik. So yeah, that's pretty much the morning. We have to like go follow up with some. We have to follow up. We have to read the legal documents. Those are highly confidential, so I can't say anything about it because it's an ongoing legal battle. So it's highly confidential. I can only say what's going on, but I cannot say the details of the legal battle. Right? It's impossible. Right? It's the the legal stuff, it's very weird, but no, I don't want to get into trouble, so I can't really say much about it. But god damn it, it's a tough. Is it really tough? Like when I hear that there are a few times when I went to YouTube, right? And then I heard people say that they don't wish even the worst enemy to go through legal battles. And I finally know what they mean by that, right? Even the worst enemy don't deserve a legal battle because holy fuck, is it costly? It's not just costly, it's mentally tiring. It's like living on edge almost all the time, right? It has been tough, not gonna lie, it has been tough, right? Especially the legal battle stuff. But I think sooner or later, maybe just sooner, right? It's soon, right? Me and my mom is just going to be like drop that case, and yeah, all belongs to them. We don't care about that anymore, right? I think we would just focus on our own well-being rather than trying to fight over some inheritance that my grandma has, right? So that's the thing. It is a little bit saddening, but also in a way it's happy, right? It's a happy occurrence where there will be no more legal battle going on, right? To be completely honest, for the past few months, that I haven't been really taking care of my own well-being. I haven't been really taking care of my own diabetes situation. I have been stress eating pretty much every night. Have been spending more money on food lately, and it's like, yeah, it has been a little bit of a these days, right? Well, these days I'm feeling a little bit of like uh feeling a little bit of like 解放 how I don't know how to say that, but it's like putting down everything and then just like that kind of feeling, the sigh of relief, right? Kind of. So yeah, it has been a weird few months, and I'm pretty sure this time if I were to go to the hospital visit next week, I'm going to get my shit handed to me, right? Because I haven't been really checking my blood sugar. I haven't been really uh, minding how I eat my food, how much carb consumption I have been going for. Um, yeah, it has been weird. And it could be also because of this that you remember about 3 weeks ago that I was talking about me being like utterly depressed because of a relationship thing. I think it's also because of the ongoing legal battle that makes my mental extremely fragile, and that just happened, right? But I promise, right? Currently, I'm feeling very okay, right? Just a little bit shaken, obviously for the legal battle shit. But I've been trying to adjust my lifestyle a little bit instead of just like focusing on the legal battle completely. Like since we're soon going to be dropping the case, the next time we're gonna follow up on the legal battle case, we're just gonna be like we're dropping it. It's just not worth it. It really is not. It's definitely not worth it. So yeah, me and my mom has come to a how do you say, come to a conclusion. I don't know if I can say conclusion, but we're not gonna keep up with that. So yeah, that's pretty much with the update. Oh, oh, oh god. Thank you. I okay, wait, I always feel bad. I should have hit this. Thank you. Fuck, thank you. Oh my god, you're helping too much. Oh my god. Well, I know me talking about that is like a very, very, but still. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my god. I will still try my best to not rely on donations too much, but thank you. Okay. Thank you so much. I'll put this for the next week's bill. Next week? I mean, it's already the new month, so I can pay that after. Yeah. I haven't been checking on like Laku, Cisco. Right. I should check on them after. I should just pay Sarah pay. It's easier. Right. So yeah, thank you. I will pay the bills after. Thank you. Yeah, I was about to mention about the bill problem. That's why I pulled out the coffee just now. Well, 2 days ago actually I pulled it up. Right. It's been a little bit of a wild ride, right? Because of this, and also recently I won. I mean, 2 days ago, the situation was another situation is that I want to change my phone data provider, internet service provider (ISP) for phones, right? So I changed from Cellcom Digi to Maxis. I know I shit on Maxis, but apparently Maxis has a lower lower plan, right? The lower cost of a plan. So I'm trying to port out from Cellcom, and apparently that hot bill is going to cost a little bit extra before I can port out completely. But that will only cost 44 ringgit, so it's not too big of a trouble, right? It is extra cost, but it's fine, right? That one, and then now I'm officially in Maxis now. So yeah. It I cannot thank you enough, Murtog. Thank you. It it genuinely helps whole fucking much. It really does. It helps whole fucking much. So really thank you. You've been helping me for like I think this is the third month. Holy shit. Thank you so much. Like, oh, man. I'll try not to sell the coffee gold too much. I know. I've been sending it for like months, right? It's probably not the best, but still. Thank you. Although this is very weird, but I feel like the coffee that I drink just kind of happens. Can I open up a YouTube video while I go toilet? Hmm. Can I just open up a video? Like if I do it like this, and then if I were to go somewhere else, and then open up a video to let people watch, and then I go toilet. I wonder if that's fine, because I could just leave the music here and then play, but I don't really have like a be right back screen, which I probably should do at some point. What do you guys think of a deep dive video, sort of, kind of? I've been watching a lot of Crit Croc lately, and the way he talks about video games really brings me in. And I think, you know what, I'm gonna watch it. We're gonna watch it. Well, I'm not gonna be here watching it, but I'm just gonna play it as like a thing that happens on the background when I go toilet. Actually, so I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna open up this one. I want to watch, like, I haven't finished this one. I haven't finished this one. I finished this one. It's so good. This one is also like so fucking cool. It's like, oh my god. Right? There's so many things that I want to watch still. Like, I haven't watched a bunch of these I haven't watched yet. This is my watch later playlist. I'm gonna watch it soon. Soon. For now, I'm gonna open up this one. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna go for a quick break. Alright, I think I'm gonna leave the video here playing for a little bit. I never did this before, but hey, I'll be right back real quick. I'm back. How was the video? I wanna watch that. I wanna rewatch this next time. And sorry about this. It took a little bit longer than I thought because that coffee was strong. Also, hi Brian. This game is peak. Condemn is like abandoned building simulator, or Cult versus Hobo. Oh, okay. I'm gonna watch this after. There's still like a lot, but I'm gonna rewatch this completely. Condemn is in Steam, I assume. Hi Chip, welcome. Oh, oh god. Yeah, that coffee was too strong. This is very weird. Uh, my butt hurt. Oh no. Right, anyway, yeah, I'm finally back. Let's play some Project Silverfish. I forgot to hide that. Boom. Alright, no one saw that, no one saw that. Okay, we good, we good. Right, now we can play Project Silverfish. How is alright. I think I ate something wrong, and then plus the coffee was strong this morning, and then they both combined makes Kobo is having then like I'm having a weird body situation currently. I feel like I feel a little bit. This morning was pretty okay too, right? I joined this last VR chat hangout. But then I have to leave early because of phone calls. Right. Oh yeah, before anything, actually, I wanna mention something real quick. So, I play a little bit of like my cheat save file, for a bit. I looked into the armor, and apparently there is a way to make my character feel like completely unkillable, actually. So maybe I could try to get some armor like that, but I don't know. Maybe. But I know that there's armor that makes me feel unkillable. No thigh get today? Not currently, but hopefully after a few hours I'll feel much better. But currently, if I were to get thigh now, don't I don't think it will end up well. It's okay. I will be able to get that thigh hopefully soon. Alright. Sorry, Chip. But still, hope you are doing good. So, what happened last time is that we upgraded our big coil gun, but also because I didn't bring my coil bolt, so I can't really test out the gun. But that's what we're gonna do today. We're gonna try a bunch of that coil gun. I don't know how strong it's going to be. I'm kind of excited to look at how strong it's going to be. I'm still having hallucinations. Oh yeah, I was trying to destroy the thing. The helicopter. But then I exhausted all of my blue signal flare, and then I just couldn't do it anymore. It's okay. Before we continue on though, I want to see what we're gonna do. So we still have triangulation, which is what we're probably going to do this time. To the northern zone, so I assume stone maze. That's a craftsman shop. Either stone maze, wall, greywater marsh, or quarry. But that's where we're gonna go today. We're going to places that's going to be extremely scary. Ooh. I'm being just a little eepy despite having had enough sleep. Oh, yeah, I feel like that most of the time actually. I don't get it. But if you do need extra EP, it's totally
Such a good
valid.
girl growing
Oh,
hard.
but I didn't do anything. I was terrible. I left and then just I left the stream and then just like leave. I left an video playing. I couldn't talk today. Holy fuck. I feel like there was a little bit of stealing content, but I hope that I have the channel name on the screen just now. That's why I didn't go entirely full screen. But I've been watching Great Croc a lot lately. I've been listening to his videos. It's really nice. Love his video. I love when he goes for a deep dive on like some obscure horror games. Alright. It's super duper nice. And Kobo really like. Wait. You know, it's good because it's a croc, and that too, honestly. And Great Croc are very cool. Hmm? Oh, I thought there was something. Would there be something up here? Whoa, Kobo! Oh my god, dragon! Hi, Fermi. Dragon, more dragon, oh my goodness. Welcome. Oi, oi, oi. Wow, you wanna? I think I got him. What's over there? Hope Fermi is doing good. Actually, hope everyone is doing good here. Mushroom. Nope. I survived that shit because I'm the best shooter in the Southeast Asian scene. It's a lie. Oh yeah, it's Goldwood Force. Of course it's going to be insurrectionist here. I wish I can get a stronger armor. Hey. Oh my god, dragon. I want to see what's over there. Someone was like shooting at me from high up. I don't think I like that. I know in the morning me crouching is not going to help, but I just can't I cannot help it. I have to duck. I have to crouch walk all the time. Because I'm small. The best shooter within 1 kilometer radius of your home? Oh my god, exactly. I'm the best. Oh, I think it was there that was shooting at me. So is this another like NFTA area? No, it's insurrectionist. Wait, South Bend is insurrectionist? Shit, okay. Molly. More vandalism. I am a little bit heavy, but It's okay. I guess we can try our classic. Oh, I don't have much gas though. How would I shoot it in? If I bonk over there, maybe? Seems perfect. Right, hopefully that gas will will draw some lizard out. How do I get in though? It looks like everywhere is like being sealed off. Man. Hi, celery. Welcome, welcome. Do I not see any stinky cats, or has it already passed? Maybe I can somehow parkour in? I guess I sure as heck can try. I don't think I'm afraid of any helicopter. Oh, speaking of gun game, before I went to EP last night, I saw what Levo was playing last night, and I was extremely interested. But because I don't have enough Counter-Strike money, but I'm gonna try to sell some skins I have in the game. I want to play Far Far West. That game looks fun as hell. Like, not gonna lie, that game, holy shit. This feels like I can get in. Hello. Oh, I cannot get in. It's like force field. Based off of that, I guess I'm not supposed to be in there. Yeah, I'm being force field. Dang it. No, I cannot get in. But there's an enemy there. What the heck? Fine. It might be my... There might be a brain damage sound. Oh. Oh, I guess over here there's like a bunch of nothing. Is that an instructionist helmet? Insurrection offers a cap. Ooh, what? Silver badge and scouter, worn by high-ranking insurrectionists. I can... Wait, I can...
I don't care what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better mute for me for the next 2 minutes.
Wait. And Kobo can disguise as a high-ranking insurrectionist now. Wait. Oh. Yeah. These things would chase me as I run. Yeah, they're here already. Oh no. If I see weird shadow like that, you know. Sorry, I couldn't mute in time. Well, with the Kobo mic too. That's actually. I'm hearing a whistle. Durable sneeze. And Kobo would take it. Hi, Fluffy. And tiny little adorable Kobo sneezes. Oh my god. Could it be a fake there? What if these things will have a fake one? And Kobo feels a tiny bit unwell, but only just a little bit. I feel like that's from the weird food I eaten yesterday. But I promise I'm fine. And Kobo is fine. I never heard myself sneeze in a Kobo mic setting. I might have to like, or maybe someone can clip that. I wanna listen to the Kobo mic sneeze.
I guess we're heading north. Weird king, but okay, no, I'm just curious. I'm just curious. Hmm? Bullet. I guess we go back to Goldwood Forest. Should be easy to destroy them again and again. Unless they have a hit squad, they have to be careful. Oh. It's just giving me rancid meat. I am kind of heavy. Kobo into me shiny. I want a mod where when my lizard is like completely over encumbered, and then it will make like a jewelry jiggly noises. Because I ate too much shiny. It's like a very cobalt mod. It'll be hard to stealth at night too. Oh, that would be terrible though. Maybe make noise but not affecting the stealth level. I don't know. I don't know. Jake's cobalt coin rattles. Ding, 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 ding. I guess we can guess one area. It's like a start. This is thermobaric? No, it's HE. Alright, here comes some being spotted already? What the fuck? Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I was just jumping around. It's a bad place to be. They already pinpoint where I am. This is tough. Oh. Yeah, you better reload, asshat. Second floor? No? Hmm? They're shooting someone else now. Is there an FTA here already? That would be kind of funny. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do it. Now everyone can see. Alright, I'm just gonna jump around and hopefully I can see some enemy and I can shoot them. I feel confident enough. Oi, oi. Someone's nearby. That was really hard to aim for some reason. Angle? Where? I see. Yeah, they were using the good stuff. I think I saw they were using like a luck 556 bullet gun. Let's see if I'm right. I am entirely wrong. Wow, Kobo is blind. Oh. Mama
Kobold is good girl. She deserves lots of pats and hugs and smooches. Good girl. Mlum.
Mlum. I love it when the Brian TTH goes mlum. Thank you, Mama Dragon. Mlum. Hey, thank you for 8 months. Oh my god. 8 months is a lot. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hope Mama Dragon is feeling better. You know what happens at 9 months, right? Boop. Oh, not too sure. Egg? But why egg? Turkey EP? Oh, no, EP is good. Egg. Oh.
You know what's good for you. You'll fuck off.
Why would the fuck off? Whoa. It's time to bring out the good stuff. Egg nice? Well, egg is pretty nice, yeah. Do you think I can hit it in? I'm gonna try throw it in.
You're not getting help.
Oh! Oh. I bombed myself. Combo pain. I'll do it again. Oh! How do I aim? Up a little bit? Here.
Where'd you go?
What? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Ignan? Girl, I'm confusion. Ignan? I don't think that works. Well, don't know why they gave me so much trouble, but they did. I saw something moving, and I'm glad I checked.
Gotcha.
Whoa! Obscure hazard? They shot me once and I'm dead. By what? What killed me? Oh, I'm going in. Oh, I died. Kobo kill. Magic. Oh, wait. Speaking of magic, do you guys remember the game Kobo Story Trenchcoat Adventure? Apparently, chapter 5 is out. A whole new chapter. So I might revisit that game at some point again. Heck yeah. Physics stuff? Probably. They shot me on the head and then I suddenly died. That doesn't make any sense, but these please. You're using a shotgun, asshat, stupid. What are you doing? Yeah, what are you doing? That wasn't worth it. That is worth it though. Think they could have died from the fire. Cultist? Yeah, I noticed they were like a little bit too dark to be insurrectionist. Yep. Cultist hates me anyway. Pulse rifle. No. 7-round burst at 2000 RPM. 625 for 5 kilogram. It's a little bit too much. That's a good shotty. Death by Newton. Newton. Newton 第二定律. You like the stinky gas? Kobo likes the stinky gas. Well, it's not that I like to sniff it, but I like how destructive they can be, right? It's a totally different thing, right? I like how destructive it is, not because I like to sniff it. No, different. Okay, different. Uh-oh. Uh-huh. No, really though. Really? Hmm? What's this? Fuck!
What the?
Welcome in to the stinky gas. That should clean up. At least clean this part out. I love the gas nade. Yeah, that's right. Oh, I fished my own guardian. Landmine? I guess they saw me. Oh no, it's the inner demon again. Someone's still walking upstairs. Wait, could it be the inner demon that's walking upstairs? No, right? Yeah, trading post died to the gas. That's... I thought that's not real. Ooh. I'm at 48%. No, I have to throw something away. 61% is fine. But I want money though. We go back to observatory, prepare for the trip to Stone Maze, I guess? To Stone Maze and then to more different places. Right, right? I feel like these days I've been trying to reach out to more people, right? Trying to reach out to more people to like to make friends and stuff like that. Feels kinda nice. Feels kinda nice, not gonna lie. like it feels really nice to talk to people who honestly cares more about me, right? And personally, I think that helps with my mental a lot as well. It's like, wow, there are actually, I'm surprised how there are actually people that cares about me for real, right? Because I never believed that before. I always believed whenever people are nice to me, it's always just like a facade that they put for me, not to be a bad person, right? That has always been my brain, like been how my brain works. I know it's a really bad mentality, but it's just kind of like it's just kind of a mindset where I've been told by my parents that I deserve nothing good. Right? So I'm always like, when people are nice to me, I just think that they're putting on a facade to like not to be a bad person towards me, and they just be like try to get off of me as soon as possible. You know that feeling, right? It's like ugh. But I've been trying to shake off that feeling lately and just be like, when people are nice to me, they genuinely mean it, right? Instead of just like being like, are they good to me because they don't want to be an asshole and I never deserve anything good, right? I've been trying to accept compliments, right? Accept compliments and just like don't like shake off any and try not to like shake off the people that actually cares about me, right? It has been nice. It has been nice. Oh, hi here. What happened there? Ah, I'm walking so fast. Companies of good things and lots of mlim. Mlim. Mlim good. Especially when I know that I'm so tiny, then a mlim is gonna mlim my entire body. You know, like me being small. Be very protective about Kobo. Oh, mlim. Lots of mlim for Kobo. Entire Kobo mlim. Mlim. I'm I'm really glad that I started streaming, honestly. And I cannot believe I still have a bit of a luxury to like keep streaming, honestly. Right? I didn't think I can be here and keep streaming, honestly. Like I've always been thinking of myself like what happened? And thinking to myself like I don't know where I'll be
Someone's in a hurry.
if I just keep streaming like this, because I don't know if I'm doing anything good. But recently I've been trying to find more like stuff about self-worth, right? And it has been enlightening. Enlightening.
Someone's in a hurry. What now?
Laser. People have been saying that luck is really
Sorry,
good,
I
right?
can't help.
The LAC gun.
Next time. Hello there.
Maybe I should try the LAC gun. Like this one. But they like
What
it
are you
though.
looking at? It stinks.
Do you
What
like
are
it?
you looking at?
You feel normal about it. I'm cold. Lay on your left for warm. I mean, yeah, sure. People just being nice to you under pretension, then they wouldn't come to see you on the stream. They could just know you and nobody would be the wiser. Honestly, yeah. That is very true. Need to think about that as well, yeah. People are being nice to me on stream, chances are low that they're doing it out of like trying to just pretend. At least I don't think so anyway.
Another time.
It's time to try out some new gun. It's not 2 shots this time, but could be nice. Massive kinetic damage on target with effectiveness against armor. I want your shiny. Nice. Maybe it's time to make 10,000 leftovers again. Jim like Tira, you're not fun to be around. What she said. Oh, I'm glad. I've been thinking about how I'm always the boring person. Right? Like it's also because I'm always such a boring person that I've always been the second choice to a lot of people, which is honestly understandable, right? It's honestly understandable, but it's also like I need to stop thinking about them as well. It's like I know that I may not be as engaging in most times, but it's it's hard to say really, but yeah, I've been trying to be a little bit more engaging without being the "What's up, guys? Welcome to another banger ass stream FR," right? Without being that, right? It's hard to say really with this with these kind of things. That and this Kobo is one of the only 4 that gets through my Dami filter I want to actually do things with. It's just you being real. Real doesn't get attention. Honestly, yeah, that's so true actually. Being real doesn't get attention. Especially attention from kids. Alright? And as far as I know, the internet is filled with kids and teenagers because they have like the most time out of their like they have the most spare time. I have a gun. Oh my god, I wasted money. Well, not really wasted money, but it's okay. So we have a coil gun. And yeah, and you know, when I don't do high energy stuff, and then like I lose, I would say 70% of maybe viewership, because kids and teenagers is like way more than like adults that's spending time. You shouldn't be finding Aussie kids on Twitch. Anyone under 30 are banned on many things. Yeah, that's the thing, right? So that's why it's also part of the reason why I don't want to just like put on the facade where people are gonna come to my stream and be like, oh wow, this is such a high energy stream. No. I don't think this is a high energy stream. This is a fucking chill ass stream, if you will, right? People usually come here to vibe. We don't do Mr. Beast here, right? There's nothing like that. Right? There's no Mr. Beast going on, right? My stream is where most of the time when I stream, it's honestly just me wanting to relax, right? I think it's time to get more gas, Nate. What am I trying to bring again? With a coil gun? I guess we're trying 2 new guns today. Highlight Kobo chill level. I think sometimes I'm chill, sometimes I'm bombastic. I'm most bombastic when I play Tekken.
Hi there.
Ooh. It's time to bring out the guns. The duplicate. Duplicate. This one's a duplicate. This one is technically a duplicate. So I'm bringing that up. Armor wise, no duplicates. Yeah, no duplicate on armor. I think that's enough bargaining check.
I'm here.
Oh no. $57 money? The name Mr. Beast makes me vomit in my mouth a little. Yeah, honestly.
Oh, hello.
I'm sorry for the jump scare, honestly. The jump scare was crazy. I don't think I want to just give up free guns, but why not?
Another time.
Hey, we are looking good on the weight a little bit. Not too heavy. Some stuff that I can still like put in. I never really watched those content anyway. Like the things that I watched was the one that I showed just now. I watch a lot of like deep dives videos, I think. Yeah, deep dives or just explanation videos, long form essays, right, about a game or about some topic, right? I love those kind of videos where I can just like listen to them talk while I do my own thing, you know, like, or when I turn off brain and then I can get to listen to them talking about things. I like it. I like that a lot actually. So yeah. Down the rabbit hole. Is there like a channel name or something? I need to drink water. It's a series by a YouTuber? Ooh, okay. Down the rabbit hole sounds interesting. Frederick Knudsen or Knudsen? I assume that's Knudsen because Knuckles. Knuckles. Right, we go to that bridge and then we go to Stone Maze and then we try to like do the triangulation thing. The triangulation quest is very... it's very vague. Northern Zone. Nothing is said to be a northern zone. Have you ever heard of Alice in Wonderland? I heard of the name, but I never knew what it is. Hi Zeus. Sport deep dives around games, game dev, and infamous gamers slash influencers for the most part. Oh my god, content! I'm gonna check them out. Thank you, family. That sounds amazing. It's an old story about a girl who follows a strange rabbit into its rabbit hole. And there's a whole different world on the other side. It's where the phrase comes from. Down the rabbit hole? Oh. Oh, that's where... That's how down the rabbit hole comes from. I only heard of, like, some words about Alice in Wonderland, but I never really understood what it is. But maybe now I can understand a little bit. Just a little bit, though. Oh, do you think a coil gun can destroy the turret? And maybe a helicopter? Ooh. It's an isekai? That's an anime way of saying it, no? It is an isekai, I would say. Essentially, you got teleported to somewhere unknown. I want to be isekai'd and then become a dragon or kobo. Preferably a kobo, but I'm not picky. I think that's the... Yeah, that's the turret. Oh, small. Wonder if I can hit it. Where did it hit? Way below. Okay, so there's a fall off the coil gun. A lot of fall off actually. I don't know where it hit. This is tough. Oh! From a Disney movie? I think I heard of Alice in Wonderland from a Disney movie, yeah. And Disney? Oh my god, Disney? Yikes, I didn't do shit, no. Did it hit here? That's crazy, why? No, it's impossible. Disney. I got an RPC. I don't think this can hit. Oh my god, the fall was crazy. Maybe I should just use the thing, go straight, and hopefully I don't die. Let's see. 1, 2... Oh! I think they died from that. Nice, rid of a no sound in a demon. Is there a fakey dicky? Oh. Oh, someone with night vision actually. This guy. I think that guy behind has a night vision. Or I don't think that's a night vision. $200 old, so probably. Edgy game that is like Alice in Wonderland but with knives and blood and stuff. Alice Madness Returns. Never played it. I've never heard of it. Let's try to go head to head with them. With range, it might be possible to fight against them. Oh, they died. Dang, coin gun is so fucking good. Yep, one. Oh, I got so many of them actually. Disney movies are weird to me because I grew up with the original stories that Disney took to turn them into movies, and they're all so different. I heard the also hi Brecky. I heard the movies that they made always have like a dark ending, but they just changed it into a good ending movie. You know, to cater to kids and stuff, which is understandable, but also, well, I don't know. Can't say much. Might be wrong though. It's just from what I heard. All right. Oh, Brecky's doing it. It's a boring green dirt. No. Brecky's not boring. I love lurking at Brecky's channel. I know I don't talk as much, but I really love lurking in Brecky's channel. Next shot. Oh my god, you think you're so clever. There you go. They also make what made them rich and legal. Not a boring dirt in the slightest, super cozy and fun. I love lurking in Bracky's channel a lot. Alright, guess we are going in. Also, hi Dan! I don't think I can do the get that live for now. I'm still feeling a little bit unwell. Sorry! But I'll see after a few hours and how I feel. Hope Dan is doing good now. Oh, thank you, Evie. Sorry about that. I should probably have paused it, but still, it's on me. They have snipers too, I forgot. gun here. I can pause if you want. Oh, could you? That will help a lot, thank you. Oh, thank you, Evie, you're a lifesaver. I should have done it first. Oh. Actually, lend me this gun. Laws of copyright. Oh, I missed that. The laws of copyright from 50 years after being made, or the death of the creator to 50 years after the death of the creator. Huh. I don't know what it is, but it also sounds weird. We're gonna take a bunch of dog tags, eh? That's also the sound of turrets. There could be a lot more, I think. They're just sort of hidden. Personally, I think we'll be fine, though. I think there will be more on my right. Unless they all gathered at the bridge, then... Turrets nearby? See if I can destroy them here. Oh my god. Don't think that's a good idea. So before, if a book was written in like 2000, you can make stories in the world, in that world after 2050. It's how long the copyright is active. Oh my god. If the creator lives an extra 40 years after making a book, it would stay active until 2090. Meaning people can't make stories about Disney movies, how Disney made stories about books. Whoa, that fucking sucks. Feels like a monopolized movie. I couldn't. Turret's way too fast. Oh, that was worth a shot. How about here? Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. That's an interesting place to put a helicopter, huh? I'm surviving! You couldn't shoot me when I'm here! Right, stay behind us. How the fuck did I survive? by a miracle, that's how. Wow, it's so hectic trying to go through that bridge when using the cable car or gondola. Weren't there like 10,000 more enemies just now? Where did they all go? I'm jumping. Oh, I see one. Watch this. Uh-oh. Bitch! Oh. I saw them. Oh my god, they're so tanky, what the fuck? No, they should be coming, I think. Oi, 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 oi. Ah! This is how you play Project Silverfish, I guess? You know, you jump and shoot with full accuracy. Easy. Where? Hmm. Oh nah, it's the fog. No, it's Las Plagas. Shit. It's the Las Plagas. Someone's shooting at me. Is it the Las Plagas? No, nothing's happening though. Your right hand comes off. Who? Resident 4 things? Oh. Gosh, I only played Resident Evil 4 Remake once, and that's the only one time. I've been meaning to get back into, well, not get back, but revisit Resident Evil 4 again because of the Lizard mod. The Lizard mod is amazing, honestly. Makes me play Resident Evil 4. There we go. The lizard one? It may, and there's a mod that can change Leon into a lizard. Like a really hot lizard. Lizard from Soul Calibur, I'm pretty sure. Uh-oh. Hey, it don't blame me for them being blind, okay? I can list some for research purposes. Oh yeah, definitely.
Yep, yep.
It's what makes me want to play Resident Evil 4. Is it the weather that's making them sort of like, what the fuck is this? Making them like blind? Well, I don't know what's with the weather, but it's definitely not working right now. But I'll take it. Wait, it's not working. Is it because this is a quote-unquote safe place? But it's just because I'm not NFTA, so this place is not a safe place. Ah, so I assume that if I play as if I play as a NFTA, I start here. So that's why there's no like super weather going on. You can choose factions, yeah. There's nothing in there. I already took it. Will the camps across the map change? I don't think so. The feature team, I have no idea. I don't think so far I played, it doesn't really change a map's faction. I think that's what you meant. That's what you... Yeah? Every faction has a safe area. Like, I start from Observatory and it's like a safe area for freelancers and... No one's here. Alright, we're in Stone Maze now. This is extremely dangerous territory. It's weird, there's no one there. Let's try not to die and go to somewhere. Oh! There was no... Very cool, they almost killed me somehow. God damn it, I have my own inner demon to fight against, and then we have this. So that weird inner demon area also will spawn some shadow monster? Like, that thing was just engulfing me, like, entirely. Should I just get drunk? I'll get extremely drunk. I don't think having mental damage here is a good idea. Oh my god. How much do I need? Oh. Oh my god, I'm so drunk. Getting drunk is not an option for V. I don't really like getting drunk anyway. Oh, like, I don't like drinking alcoholic drinks, so... I can barely touch the alcohols. I can, I just don't wanna. it's not something that I want to like drink at all. I don't see anyone. There were a lot of gunshots though. It makes me EP, so I rarely touch it. Because I'm already EP all the time. That's fair. Golden mush mush. Oh wait, this is a safe spot, I think. Yeah. So she's not fun alone. I agree. Not that I would drink, but I think it's something like alcohol. I think it, yeah, I think it's not fun alone. My god, that was scary. 10 hours. So that I can safely have one STD drink, but only around 2 p.m. ish. Most of my meds otherwise will interact. Oh yeah. I feel fine now. Let's sleep for another 10 hour. 20-hour EP, that's gonna fix my mental. Makes me mega hungry though. That should be enough. Nice. So 200 max. Gonna keep this one then. Take a little bit more coil bolt. I like drinks because I can fine tune my comfort zone. I rather things like gummies, but I have no Goldilocks zone with that. Feel nothing. I get bad couch locked and anxious. Can't move. Don't feel good. Hey, whichever works for you, that is entirely valid, right? So long as anyone is not harming anyone, then it's always valid, I think. Ooh. Mushroom. That was really close. It'd be tough if one shot doesn't kill. What the hell? Thanks. Now I can't kill that guy because of these pigs. Being grieved so hard. Come on, shoot again. I know stone maze is hard, but I didn't think they're gonna cheat as well. It absolutely fucked. That's a lot of guns. I think getting a bunch of first aid kit here is pretty important. I'm not too sure where I'm going. I'm just probably going to like roam around this place and explore as much as possible without dying, of course. I'll try my best. I'm starting to feel like coil gun might not be the best over here because I'm not the best at stealth. Boop. Hmm? A drink? Hey. Boop. Hey. Boop. Wait. That deer had the zoomies? Yeah. But because the deer ran from left to right, I think there might be someone there. That's why I kinda aimed there for a little bit. But maybe not. The zoomies from right to left again. Again, from left to right? What? What's going on? Is it gonna be like Las Plagas going on? Oh, it is Las Plagas. Uh-oh. There were no warnings. I think I'll be safe if I have 100% poison resistance. Well, 95% poison. Aha! Why would there be fucking Las Plagas without any warning? Oh, we're actually fine. I think this is the way back. Actually, we don't need to be afraid of the Las Plagas. It's not actually hurting us because we have 95% resistance, I think. Alright, we're gonna continue moving around. I think it's fine. Although I do have a lot less armor because of that. helmet though, but we should be fine. Yeah, we're fine. Look at that. Oh, there. Dirt it. Dirt it. Me. I get a panic when I'm here. I have to like immediately look at where the shooting is. Shiny? Wow, shiny. I'm not following the shiny. Weird. But okay. I don't really want to like walk in the middle of the road. Second. When it comes to games like this, I'm relatively sure that I'm gonna be the first one that's getting shot at, and I need to react to it. Ugh, hate that sound. It's so real. It's so real. That is... where is that? Looks like another NFTA area. Don't think I've been there yet. Any posts? Oh, the Wraith is taking care of them. We hide. It's so hard to hit them. Don't know if I want to fight against a Wraith now. Ooh, Magnum. Interaction with ether canister. It could be the Wraith killed them. Definitely not that thing. It's rare to see that thing roaming around the stone maze. Ah, it's a weird robot human thing from Insurrection. Explains the small ether canister then. So apparently Insurrectionists are trying to make like a cyborg lizard thingy. Wraith is there. Don't know if I want to challenge the Wraith now. With a coil gun and luck. But it's money. I want money. And Kobo likes money. Alright, go there, go there. Oh. That's money. I think the coil bolt hit, which is really nice. Shit, I thought I saw someone. Oh my god, I got so scared I thought I saw someone. What the heck? Gosh diggity dang. Yeah, this looks like a very NFTA area. Hey, we can never keep enough NFTA in game, right? Military safe zone reports suspicious behavior. So this is a military headquarters? Pretty sure they won't just open here, right? Yeah. But I did see some road here, I think. Photography and filming in this area is strictly prohibited. You're lucky I didn't bring a camera. Alright, this is gonna be one hell of a place, I think. Annex? Oh, we can raid more NFTA? Annex. We're in Annex. I think I can be relatively sure that everyone here is going to have night vision because of the mid-end game area, I think. I have that, I have that, I don't have that, I have this. Wait. Wait. Nice. Bullet? 306 ammo kit? Mine. I'm too heavy now. 45 cal ammo kit. Okay, mine. Flare nade? No. The way you say money will forever be stuck in my head. I actually say it in my head sometimes whenever money comes out. Money. See, Kobo likes money. The money good. Got scared. I didn't recognize that voice or noise. Money, very good. Yeah. I love money. The fuck is this place? See, that's how dark this place is. I didn't even see what were they. They weren't making any noise too. I was thinking they sounded, or they looked like, they looked like the small gas mask thingy. They might be actually. So dungeon. Angle, off angle. We love off angle, don't we? I guess we kind of love off angle. Yeah. Told you off angle is pretty good. But they were, I was at the angle, so it's not exactly off angle. 1 NFTA? How weird. More? Sniper. Oi! Chimakan. Sniper. That makes sense. What's the inner demon you keep talking about? You know, the inner demon. My inner demon. I should try using sniper here actually. There was someone else. I should probably move onward. The inner demon is when my mental is very low, and then there will be like weird sounds going on, weird sound, bulb, light bulb exploding, like all sorts of like anomaly shit. Yeah. Homunculi? The fuck is you? You are new. I never seen you before. Sorry. I didn't mean to shout. Rancid. We have new enemies now? Running exploding acid pool. When someone serves you a compliment but reject it because they you think you didn't earn it. Oh, that's my inner demon all the time as well, yeah. Nice. Nice. All your loot belong to us. There was more ammo kit, I think, no? I don't think so. Maybe I should be using the coil gun. I'm too heavy. It's not good to like... It's not good to hold too many guns now. There could be more. Where did they come from? Nice flip. He just came from here? Mine's more like, that's like your opinion, man. Where the fuck am I? What the hell? D? I've seen all of these, I think. Yeah. Blink? Oh. Oh, what are all these? Are these gates? I feel like if I open up all of these, I'm probably gonna die. Unless they're all doors? Let's look around for a little bit. Maybe it's these doors? Not nearby. If I see a nearby noise, I'm leaving. Okay. There was a nearby noise. Here. What is this? Oh. It's probably gonna ring and then people are gonna come around, I think. You think this straight line is good? I think this straight line is good. Alright, I'm opening up everything. Open up. Too strong? How about this one? This one. Quick. Oh my god, my ears are bleeding. Sorry about that, chat. Sorry. No one's coming? Yeah, I'm not hearing anyone. Oh no. That's gonna be my entire lockpick gun, I feel like. Is it possible? Oh my god. That's like, that's not exactly worth it, but I'll take it. Incredibly rare and valuable. Stable form of programmable matter rendered from pure refined ether. No immediate use, but might be worth selling. Ooh, money. But it's 1 kilogram. Even the computer board is only like 0.4 kilogram. You can smash the light bulbs to stop the alarm. Light bulb? Oh, this? Oh! That's useful. Okay. So ER 102. I want to check something. I think I might have been dumb. Oh. This is 102. This is 101. I activated 101. I could have just activated 102. No. Weird. Why not open all of them and then make a little noise, then close your eyes? Why close my eyes though? I need to fight back. So they can't see you? I don't think that works. Does it work? SD508058, sorry. That's everything open. Yep, that's everything open. So I guess we can go look around now. I feel chunky though, like I have too many things on me. I don't think the gas thing is gonna be useful here. If I can't see you, you can't see me. I know, I never believed that though. That's like the creepiest thought ever. It's like I need to at least look at them so that I can fight back. Wait. Oh, you have a laser sight. Just checking if I'm like... That's where I came from, I think. I'm gonna get so... lost in this place. Well, I hear gunshots. Definitely from NFTA. Oh, door. Oh my god, I'm so glad I opened up all the doors. Small heavy rig. Plus 20 carry weight bonus. Weak. Weak resistances though. Tail bag? Oh my god, triple tail bag? I cannot take this, it's too heavy. What is this? Resistor? Wait, is that another one? Oh my god, I have 2 resistor now. I'm assuming they can stack. Yeah, I'm at 50% electric now, so they stack, they stack. Very, very nice. I don't think I want to bring too many of these, it's too heavy. I mean, 1 kilogram, 400 money. My lockpick. Well, that thing could have been useful earlier. Well, at least we have 3 free now. 3 free lockpick. Dr. Mosby buys the ether resin for more than 400? Maybe. I mean, ether cell is like 600 or 800. But I don't know about ether resin because they never show up. I guess they only show up when I have the item. That would make a lot of sense. But I'm already too heavy. And I don't think there's much I can throw away. I can throw a shotgun bullet. I mean, they're like pretty heavy. I don't like it. There's no more gunshots. Did I do this? You are? What the fuck? Revolution? Here? I didn't do that. So is this not a dungeon of some sort? Maybe third one? No third one? Okay. Okay. Oh, I think that's a third one. Oh, that's so nice. Are you? I step away for a bit. Are you where I think you are? I don't know where you think I am, but Kobo is in Annex currently. Which I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm just in Annex. I almost shot them. Why is there revolution here? Hello.
Hello there.
Assassin's rifle. 5k. God damn, 5k. What is that gun? Skeletonized breech loaded rifle with heavy duty suppressor and sniper scope. Alright, I want that gun. I don't know what it is, but it looks really fucking cool. It's time to sorry, wrong thing. Ah! Whoop. I didn't get the gun. Where did that revolution go? I don't think they died. Unless that's a fake one. Was there a battle cry? Maybe? I don't know what noise I made though. I was just I was panicking.喂，鸡巴干的！哇，鸡巴呀，这样大声的吓死人咩？不要诶！Why is it so loud? Scared the fuck out of me, holy shit. Give this battle cry around. Why would someone hole up here? I mean, they have sandbags. So they're trying to defend themselves from something? What was that? Is it a gun? Is it a bullet? What? I see. That joke, I invented a new word. Plagiarism. Oh no. It is truly plagiarism. Oh no. I don't think my speed is fast enough for that. Were you the one?
Someone's in a hurry.
Oh my god, we meet again! Now wait just a badonka hunka minute, okay? I need that gun and I mean it. This one uses Magnum. You can have my hay up then. I mean, I'm gonna use FMJ. I can have one of these because you don't like it. I'll trade away some like heavy stuff like... Why don't you like any of these? Fine, I'll give it to you anyway. No. You like dog tags? What are you? You don't like Rave Core? What the fuck do you... What the fuck do you want? You don't like anything. Oh my god. What do I do, chat? This is my final offer. Still need a little bit more. Fuck it. Alright, there we go.
Maybe next time.
Thanks for the gun.
You've got to be kidding me.
You know, I could have waited until you die, actually. It's only one shotgun? You're asking for a pretty big boy gun? True, but still... I could trade you weird rocks I found. I think I'm just gonna steal them, no? Whoa, what is this place? Can we do that shit again? I was just holding down the shoot button. Oh my god, they packed the good stuff. I don't think I can take that anymore, like... I'm too heavy. Unless... No, you can't. That's against the rules. I don't know rules. What? I'm a kobold. You think I know about rules? No. It shakes kobold a little bit. And then the jingle noises. Oh. Oh no. I'm too thick. Shotgun ammo kit. Well. This is rifle ammo kit. Okay. Looks like I heard something. Cowboy's too thick. Okay, I'll take alignment. Rules need not apply. Only rules Kobo need is get shiny, eat hot rock. Yeah. Kobo thinks that sounds about right. Shotgun bullet, 3 kilogram. Kobo still thick? Yeah. And Kobo is still very thick. Wait. I'm getting a lot of ammo though. Why is this gun like so expensive? What are you good at? Heavy duty suppressor and sniper scope? But it doesn't one shot one kill. Mead, oh my god. Hi Mead. Welcome. With the Hakak Pet Pet. Oh my god. Getting free Hakak Pet Pet. Hope Mead is doing good. Quick follow-up spam short? No, it takes like 10 hours to reload one bullet. Yeah. I was spamming R throughout the whole time too. What's with this place? There's so many like sandbags that are trying to defend something. I'm okay? Nice, good to know. Another revolution died, eh? I've been here? Did my sub not trigger? Weird. But the fish did trigger. I don't get it. That happens sometimes too. Yeah, but thank you, Mead. Thanks for telling me. I didn't know. Thank you. I feel like I'm extremely scared now. I was just like on edge this whole time. It's spelling some bad shit in Chinese, but you guys don't understand, so it's fine. Oh, it's Hope. Hi, Hope. Oh my god. Welcome. I'm definitely not scared. Nope. Why would I be scared? I'm like the bravest bold, I think. Maybe. What if I decide to learn Chinese right now so I can call you out? You could. Oh, me. Thank you. Ooh. My PC's dying somehow. Ooh. Kobo very brave. How are y'all doing? I mean, I'm doing pretty okay now. Hi, Broken. Hope is a bundle of energy, honestly. I always stop by Hope stream before I go EP. When Hope streams, it's like 2 a.m. Yeah, it's about 2 a.m. It's like, I would love to interact more, but EP. There's the best. No, no, I'm far from the best. Oh my god. Also, Hope Broken is doing good. I hope y'all are doing good, actually. I'm lost. Where did I come from? I don't remember where I came from. Oh, why I know is I'm too thick though. I don't think I'm going to throw any ammo out. That's good. I'm gonna cry. Kobo's gonna cry. Kobo's gonna cry. Egg. All the new emotes. It's the kitty. Oh, kitty me. Kobo came from egg. I mean, you right? Why is there just a pill here? Whoa, why is it so quiet? I'm so scared. Fuck. I wasn't scared at first, but I didn't think how big this place is, and I'm now like at the verge of crying, I think. Where the fuck is this? Oh my god, this place is really bright. Is this like a base of
I don't care what
operation?
you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better yip for me for the next 2 minutes.
They threw flare? Wait. Get yipped then. Wait. That was definitely not loud at all.
Yip, yip, yip. Yip,
Yip,
yip, yip, yip, yip, yip.
Yep. Kobo even cuter now. I do like the Kobo mic, not gonna lie. Sometimes I think about wanting to have a stream just using the Kobo mic, but maybe not. The high pitched squeaky voice might be a little bit obnoxious after too long, right? So I'll keep it like this for now. Tiny voice? I can squeak. I think I can squeak. Okay. If chat wants, Kobo could try to squeak. Haha. Now it depends on chat if they can hear the squeak or not. Also, hype train? I didn't expect that. I think I'm okay with poison. I'm like 95% resistant towards poison. The heck is this? Oh. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Am I not 95% resistance towards poison? It's not enough. I guess that thing is very thick. Oh no, am I sick? From that 1 second? No! That sounds different. Ah. Wait, that's revolution. Ah. Oh. No, Cowboy's sick. Cannot believe it.
Run! Stinky. Stinky, stinky, stinky. Stinky, stinky, stinky.
Oh, hey. See you around. Pick it up. I'm hit. Oh, hello.
I'm hit. No shit, you're hit by poison. Morning, Peter. Welcome, Dragon. Balance, as all things should
Sorry,
be.
I can't help.
I took damage. I'm very hungry. I'm sick. I'm gonna cough now. But I'll be fine still, I think.
Let's go.
So
Hello.
this
I'm not in a
place
hurry. Hi there.
this place has
walking.
revolution. Oh. Oh. I'm hurt. We'll get him next time. How are you gonna get the poison? I love the AI sometimes. Also, how Peter is doing it. Did I say that? I don't remember. Oh, exit. I'm coughing. Ooh, big money. No money. Nice. Kobo is sick.
Let's pick it up.
Bully. I'm just taking more and more things that's gonna make me more and more thicker. May not be the best idea, but... Oh my god, that's my walking speed. Eh. Eh. Some Oblivion level random dialogue. I'm hit. Water? Okay.
Let's pick it up.
Kobo drink. Hmm. Tea plus lime is so good. This one is 600. I don't know if I need to get out. Maybe I need to get out and then just to do a save and then come back later. Or come back again. I don't know where this one leads though, if I like go out there. Oh, another door that I opened. More loot? I'm almost gonna cry, there's so many loot. Ooh. What? Huge shiny? Glass hut. A warm, heavy slab of bright pink glass with a tender glow. Tender glow. And touching it sends stimulating shivers down your spine. You feel lighter on your feet and your blood flows faster. Regen boosts. And guilt? Why guilt? Oh, glass. Right, of course. I don't care. What, you think Cobalt care Cobalt care we enough? To what do I want to say again? My brain stopped working for a bit. Hmm. I don't want to throw away anything. Nice. Ooh. One kilogram 530? Nay. 1 kilogram 600 is okay. This one is 1.2 kilogram for hash egg. I mean, hash egg could make into something else with... um... Can, can you not? Can they not? Maybe? I don't wanna. I'm eating hot dogs, it's fine. I'm just gonna eat hot dog and pretend nothing is happening. I couldn't take any of these. I'm at 25% speed already. Ooh. And coil bolt is so heavy? Can you say that again, mister? And Kobo Chain Dragon's holding addiction? Yeah. Hmm. That sounds like not deer. The gunshot sounds like revolution. It's like, what is that sound? I thought it teleported behind me. I'm okay. What? Thank you, Breen. Also, welcome in, Raiders. And thanks for the raid, Cobalt Gold. Cobalt friend. Very, very nice. And welcome. I'm Tira. I'm a Cobalt. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits and I do art sometimes. Welcome. And Sabaton completed. Oh my god. And the butt? Nice. That's that's a butt and a half. And thanks for the stream. And Sabaton must be very tiring. If you need any post-stream care, right? And get that rest, get that water, get that food, right? Very important. Eat 40k works at the What are orgs at the bowl? Can I steal all of them? I don't know what they are. I finally have my own money and I'm realizing that the struggle to not impulse spend is actually way harder than I thought it would be. Yeah, it's like when you have the money, you do feel like you could buy everything, right? You feel powerful. I know that feeling. But yeah, it's really hard to like not impulse buy. I get that. It was by love by community. Nice, that's really good to know. It sounded like you had fun with your Sabaton. Heck yeah. And thanks again for the raid. Remember to get some rest because Sabaton is tiring. Appreciate the raid. Thank you.
Hey,
Can I trade something with you? You can have that.
perhaps another time.
I need food as well. Because I'm too over encumbered.
I don't think it's here.
Yeah, it is. It's a bunch of like not deer. Need some food? I'll be lurking. Oh, of course. Thanks for the link.
Oh, hello.
What if I block them? When Cowboy's feeling a little bit devious, I could block them. And Cowboy totally could block them.
Sorry, I can't help. Stinks not here.
Oh, they're doing it.
I'm not gonna make it.
I'm not gonna
I'm
make
hurt.
it. I'm not gonna make it. It was fun. Last deadlock game I got it on took like an hour. Oh my god. Shagar, hello.
Let's pick it up.
I think I saw
Let's pick it
Viper.
up.
I saw Viper in Deadlock. That makes me want to play Deadlock. Because Viper Snake is very hard. I love Snake. I've been thinking... Oh. Buy some Zoid models, but then I have to remember that they're expensive. I don't have any way to display them. Do I want to eat tomorrow? Yeah. Yeah, it's those. It's like basic necessity over like things that we want to buy. I was on Cobalt's team, yeah. I was the Mo and Krill. I actually have zero knowledge on Deadlock. Like, I never played it before, if at all. But someday I might try it out, maybe? Because of the Viper that I saw on Blue Sky this morning. I saw on Blue Sky there's like a lot of... I think it was Breen who's been like reposting the Viper art. It's like, oh my god, that's hot. I have need. Point 6? %, walking speed. Why am I like this? Hi, Akko. Oh my god, 45? Thank you, Akko. Also, hope Akko is doing it. But I think it's fun to play too, though. Ignoring the armor as well. Morning, Akko. I find Gargoyle fine. And Burp got the lurker shack. Alright, let's save. So let's get out of here. I'm pretty sure I haven't explored this place to its entirety, but I want to see where this leads as well. Where this lead? I don't know.
On me. Move back. Incoming.
The wall? Oh my god, wait. Oh shit. Oh, I was here. I don't think it's a good idea to be here when I'm like treating sickness. Well, hopefully I'm not coughing anymore. That's a lie. Severe Beaver, you are dangerously sick. What can I do? Look out! What I do? I'm so thick. Get down.
Don't let him escape!
Don't let him escape. They weren't kidding when they say it's highly intoxicating. Are they outside? Feels like they're outside. This is my walking speed. I'm trying my best. Oh, this place looks crazy. The emote sequence. I'm too heavy. I might go back to Annex actually. I don't think going through here right now is a good idea. Because if I want to explore, it would be best if I explore when I have full speed. At least I've been to Annex and I can sort of expect what's going on, I think. Yeah, the 20% movement speed is ridiculous. I don't really want to throw away anything as well. What's this? Oh, it's a thermometer. Am I still severely sick? Severe fever and dangerously sick? And I also find it funny when I'm like super duper sick and then the game will be like, you are dying. It's like, go treat yourself, you're dying. It's like, oh shit. Rave core is 1 kilogram? Wow. This one is 4 kilogram? Fuck it. I'm not using any throwables anyway. It's fine. Shotgun shells. Bullets are okay-ish. I'll throw this one away. We'll be fine. I'm out of food though. Right, let's quickly get back. Let's see if I can get back to Stone Maze, and then once I'm at Stone Maze, I can try to go to the safe area in Stone Maze, and then I can come back here again. At least that's the plan that I'm trying to do here. Wait. Water? Are they bad water? Very bad water. Dangerously sick. I guess even with the archaic medicine, I'm not feeling any better. Unfortunate. I I didn't think to bring along homebrew medicine. I have like 100 of them, but I'm just not bringing them, which is unfortunate. I also think it's because of this poison gas that's like making me like sick. Also, crouch walking is my fastest walking speed. That's why I'm doing it. Do you have any medicine, kind sir? Spare me some medicine. Did that make me feel worse? It probably did. You are dying. Game, can you not? Like, aren't you being awfully dramatic? It's just being sick. I'm not gonna die from being sick, am I? No. No. Still don't understand this gun. I'm dying. Me when I'm sick. I'm dying. I mean, that's... I guess being sick... Yeah, that makes sense, actually. I mean, there's a severity, different levels... severity? Different levels of how severe being sick... My English, I couldn't talk today. I mean, I know I woke up really early and my brain doesn't work today, but gosh, that's just a whole nother level. So... Oh my god. Incredibly effective curing sickness becomes slightly less effective each time it's used. I have to. No fever. Oh! What the fuck? What is that? That's a pill from God. I went from dying to I'm totally fine. in a split second, just like that, snap, and I'm already like no fever. God pill. You know, I would much rather it to be a dragon pill. You know, because a dragon, and I love dragon. I want to smooch dragon. Uh-huh. Yeah, I think dragons are very, 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 very smoochable. Maybe I have to turn on the power somehow. It might be from the weird fireball area. It could be from there. Even Dragon wants to smooch dragons. Honestly, who doesn't want to smooch dragon, right? I would love to smooch dragons. I don't like that. I have no speed, I'm gonna die. Get juked. Dum dum. Kobo is the best. Kobo is the best. Oh my goodness. Kobo is the best. Huh, that looks very different actually. Whoa, flashbang. This isn't what it is before. What changed? I'm throwing a flashbang. Hunger. It's really bad now. Taste the blessing of spring. That was extremely crunchy. Bear with me, chat. Kobo is trying her best. Oh my god. It's just Kobo is too thick. I still vaguely remember where to go, I think. Yeah, I remember. This is A. One more turn, it should be A, I think. Yeah, if I see A, go here. That's the entrance to Stone Maze. Maybe sometimes Kobo Brain is pretty good. Only sometimes, though. Only sometimes. Cannot believe I still remember how to get back. It's getting... Oh, it's just got to the... Purple! Oh my god, purple! I didn't realize it was purple. Purple laser sight is the best gun ever. Kobo love purple. Best color. Purple. So stone maze. That's probably going to be... Athesite, maybe? Purple. We love purple. That sound feels like Bathysite. Which we don't want to mess with. Purple. I'll try to stay in the dark place as much as possible. I hope that works. Is this dark? Not exactly, but it kinda is. I think the safe area is just like straight ahead from here. I might be wrong, I don't know. Mushroom. Mushroom. Sure hope it's nearby. I should have taken my shot. But I didn't. Because Kobo was scared. It should be here somewhere, I think. Oh yeah, I recognize this place. This is the place where I got ambushed by a bunch of pigs. Bunch of pig. Yep, we're here. Oh, thank goodness. It's okay. We don't look at that. It's fine. Why we look at that though? Ooh. Hi, Zoe. What? Hi, weird friend. That feels good. Eat the bird. Get a friend. The bird will get a friend. What is so heavy though? Right, we're EP. We're gonna EP. 10 hours. 10 hours of EP. I'm so using this coil gun. Purple laser sight is like the best thing ever. I want to make more homebrew medicine. I think it's wiki red mushroom? Wiki red mushroom and hash eggs. Yeah. Oh, there it is. Okay, malicious magpie. Ooh, look at that tail wag. Ooh, that's a really nice tail wag. Thanks for the lurk always. Thank you. I should be bringing some homebrew medicine. There. In lieu of taking psychic damage, you hear the whispers instead. That's really good, but you're like 1.5 kilogram. That's kinda heavy. Alright, we're gonna save. So 0 hours of EP. 0 hours of EP. Oh, that's a fast tail wag. Oh, medkit is so heavy, holy shit. I didn't even realize how heavy medkits are. Right, here we go. Are we going back to the annex? Or should we explore more of Stone Maze? I think we should probably explore more of Stone Maze. I could try to go to the middle. And hopefully not die. Because everyone here is like so heckin' strong. That explains it. Need to remember, enemies can see me from 200,000 kilometers away. Oh, revolutionary. Let's follow them. Maybe they'll take the bullet first. I can bait them.
Bye now.
Ooh, cool dog. If I see cool dog, that's going to be cultists nearby as well, I think. And cultists nearby cannot mean good in this place. The Bathicide's gonna one-shot me and some shit. Yeah. I might be dead here. Are you not chasing me? You are. I also saw the Bathicide. Shit. Can I kill that thing? I might be dead here. Oh, I killed the thing. Okay, okay. It just becomes like this. So I guess you're just gone like this, I guess. Couldn't even harvest anything from you. So 4 charge shot hit with my coil gun and it's gonna do it? That makes coil gun extremely powerful. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Nonsense, you have a purple laser pointer, you're invulnerable now? Yeah, Kobo is too strong, they got nothing. They cannot hurt Kobo at all. So those things, these things. That's like my inner demon gone at least. Maybe the bathy side is not that scary now. I want one of that. Need to remember that I can check those tapes as well. Maybe they have something important to share with the class, you know? Ooh, and Kobo is up in the open. Honestly, chat, I'm already thinking about next week. Next week, Celeste via chat hangout session. Like, I really genuinely enjoy hang out at the VR chat session. They're all so nice. I'm at Greywater Marsh. Should I explore? I mean, this is a safe, so I guess it's fine. Alright, new place, 131% speed. Should be fine, should be fine. That's gonna make me slightly tankier. Oh. So scavengers here. I still have no clue what to do with the triangulation thingy. That's a one shot. Huh. I thought I saw something else and I was right. You need to triangulate. I need to eat. Whoa. Experimental ether weapon. Fires ionized plasma bolt that explode into a deadly burst of radiation. What? New gun? Why can't I take it? Mine now. What the heck? Holy shit. I don't have ether though. I only have the small canisters of ether, which is probably not the best. Anyway, I want to use the new gun. Can do it. That wasn't so bad. Where? Did I shoot? Oh, I can load canister here. NFTA area. Weird, it sure feels like NFTAs are everywhere. I mean, NFTAs are everywhere, I guess that makes sense. They do hate me a lot. 980. 911. This one feels stronger, no? DMA scope and angle grip? Higher muzzle velocity? I want to give it a try. I think the coil gun is best when I'm not panicking and also being shot at, right? Yeah. It's like one shot, one kill, but it's also one whiff, one getting killed. I miss houses like this. Is this Crossroads? Okay. Red Stag. Still don't know what they do. Yeah, I cannot take too many guns with me. Huh? Oh, you have no laser sight. Also, that sounds like a cultist? Oh, I want it. I'm so out in the open. Ah. Yeah, it is. It's the shadow monster. Over there. That also looks like a big building. It's a new sound. No, it's the mushroom monster. Ooh, one shot? You shooting at me? Yeah, you are, but you're using a wrong gun. I don't think I got him. Yeah.
There is no hiding.
Oh, wait, you're a cultist.
Please help me. It burns. It burns.
Gonna go look, wish you all a fun stream. Thank you. Thank you, Chip. Where did the cultists go? I wasn't really chasing them down. Also, this gun feels really good. I feel like it's better than the luck. Also, have a good luck, Chip. Thank you, thank you. I might not be able to play for too long actually because I need to go out tonight. To go meet up with friends. Because this week my friend is visiting Miri from Cebu, so we're currently like all accommodating, like we're all going out with him, you know, friends and stuff. So I might have to end slightly earlier than usual, I think. Oh, stinky. Oh, you're here. I didn't even notice that you died here. I wanna go there, but It's all the stinky gas. And I don't have 100% poison resistance. Can I get in? That place looks interesting. This place is also all poison. I don't really have 100% poison resistance, but maybe I can go from the side. Also, this place seems to have a little bit more cultists than usual. Maybe this place is a cultist area? No, wait, there's cultists, NFTA scavengers? I couldn't aim. This place is pretty marsh-like. It's all poison. And 38 coil gun bullets left. I need to find more guns that's like purple laser sight. Wait. Oh, hi. They just decide to get stuck there? I'll take it. That's another cultist. Oh, double? I mean, they were just standing there, it's free. This place is spooky. I don't like... I don't like marsh. I don't like swamps. They're scary. Oh, these are all acid water. There's no acid water here anyway. At least that's good. Chat. And give me a moment. I'm gonna go close the curtains real quick. I mean, it's getting the sun shining directly in my face and I couldn't see the screen. Eh. I'm back. Thank goodness the curtain is just like not far. Okay. Oh yeah, this is way better. Okay. I wanna try getting into that place. Also, sorry about my throat. I don't know why it's feeling weird all of a sudden, but it is what it is. Hi, Sola. Oh my god, dragon. MTR long barrel, my beloved? Yeah, I just started using this gun literally just now. I was using the Death Adler, like the 2 shots one, and then I was using this one for a bit. Feels fine. Fuck. Oh, really? Really? Okay. Guess we're staying here for a bit. What? Very spooky. It's spooky for my ear too because my ears are bleeding. Oh look, a door. Oh look, in death. Scope and Sanitary is hella nice. Yeah, it's honestly really nice. But it also feels like the damage is sort of like lagging a little bit. It could just be my bad aim. Like, it could totally just be my bad aim, actually. Okay, I'm throwing away this for now. As much as I love vandalism, I'm throwing that away. It makes me sad. It makes Kobo sad. FX6, which is not super lethal without headshots. What's that night vision helmet? I think it's one I don't know. Oh, I have this one for the longest time. This one, Revenant helmet. I forgot where I got it from, but I have it. It's heckin' good. Spooky. Also, I found this gun. Ionized plasma shots. It explodes into a deadly burst of radiation. Looks like a gas mask night vision. Ever seen that gun? Yeah, they dropped here just now. And I found it. I killed them and then they dropped it. This one actually dropped from a scavenger and it's the cultist gun. Yeah, this is poison resistance night vision helmet. I'm already getting sick though. Too many guns? Get some food here now? Yeah. I feel stoned, but I feel like I can't be stoned though. Like, I'm kinda hoping I can find a super duper tanky armor that won't make me get one shot to death. I don't know. I have an upgraded coil gun. It has purple laser sights. The wall? Annex entrance. I'm already at the wall, like what's over here? Where's that go? Yeah, the laser cut is really nice. I think there were gunshots here. Something in 338. Wow. Oh, it's a ladder. Oh, it's a ladder. I thought it's a door. How dark is this place? Extremely dark. Guess I'm climbing up. Might be a bad idea, but I'm doing it. Hmm? Hmm? Shotgun. Night vision? Scavenger? Night vision with... You're right. I could try sniper actually. Homunculus noises? Door opening? Hmm? Oh. Feels like there's more around here still. Yep. So when I shot them, it immediately just pulls me in. Even though I took cover immediately. Also, I heard someone shout. Well, shouldn't it's a length of time looking directly? Yeah, I tried to like look at it a split second and then just like hide immediately, but apparently a 0.1 second is all it needs. Who's closing the door? Shit. What kind of 338 that was? Magnum. Oh, it's a frag. Oh, they got set on fire.
I'm on fire!
Oh! Why are they here with 9mm parabellum guns? I can hardly believe it. Isn't this an endgame area? Well, sort of anyway. Well, I would think so. You know, like... someone's controlling the door, that much I know. That someone might be a... That someone might be a heckin' scavenger because this place is all scavenger. Why would you? Fuck? This endgame? Huh. Leaving a 1k gun on the ground? I'm leaving a bunch of guns on the ground actually. Because I'm too thick and I'm already too thick, I couldn't. Yeah, Kobo's too heavy.
You can't watch it again in slow motion.
Get fucked. Don't even need to aim. Oh! Servo hall. Hmm? Server hall? That feels very server. Are they cooling down by doing that? They're cooling the server by doing that, huh? That's what you get. Yep. Code KR332 HT821 Dispatch Hall West Wing? Do I care about these? JJ KR332. Oh, it's code. What? I'm just gonna open everything. Fuck it. JJ, JJ. KR332 EF 7. Something happened here. Ooh, it's this thing again. I throw away a bunch of these things, it's too heavy. No terminals? They see me? What the heck? Do they see me or are they just running around randomly like that? I guess that happens sometimes. She just malfunction. They're robots. Couldn't blame them. Hmm? Is this like a trapdoor that I can open? Those were all headshots. I'm surprised. What was that? What was it? It was flying. I'm relatively sure the one that I shot at, or the one that was shooting at me, wasn't... It was? No, it wasn't. Okay, okay. It's just a robot that's shooting at me. So it's a kind of an easy headshot there. .4 kilogram. 3 different guns? 4 actually. Nah. Taking too many guns. It's too heavy. Then I have a bunch of different snipers to try out. Are you not there? So that's what suppressor does. Because currently I'm just getting constantly flashbang. Is that the sound of inner demon? What is that? I need to find it. I might die, but I need to find it. What the fuck gun is that? I want it. Me too. I might die though. Sounds like an eater. Like machine gun. Maybe. I'm back here again. That's fucked up if it is. Positive? I'm kind of positive as well. But they reload quickly, so I don't know. So I'm pretty sure they can pinpoint where I am currently, so I don't know if I want to like face them head on. It feels like I have no choice though. I need that gun. I need to know what it is. It's a cultist. They killed NFTA. If they're cultists, I'm relatively sure they have night vision goggles as well. Need to be brave. Take the fight head on. It was somewhere here. I have it though, what? Is it just that gun? I guess I was just holding it. I guess now it's my turn to give it a try. It's really weird. Rain. This entire place is a thing? Oh my god. Gonna go fight more at those zones in particular? Probably. I mean, it's the first time I've been in Greywater Marsh, and now I'm in the wall. Without dying, but I'm just sort of playing like a pussy. Like a pussy. And crouch walking forever. Which is entirely useless to be honest, but Jason, Draken, hello. Spent a decent amount of time here, never seen that gun. Ooh. This is my first gun in Greywater Marsh. Lucky or unlucky? I don't know. Hope Jason is doing good. Welcome. Did I come from here? Right. I just woke up. Pulse rifle, right? Yeah. Also, morning, Jameson. Those were Scav, right? Not cultists? Yeah. At least the first one is from Scav. That one is... the one that killed. I forgot where it is. Yeah, Scav. How's the Kobo doing? Kobo is feeling better now. Have we used the pulse rifle myself? It's a new addition to the game. I never used it, but then when I heard the Scav using it, Kobo wanna try. Good? Hey, yeah.
No matter how tense your skin.
Unfortunate for you. It's kind of funny how I'm just getting flashbanged when I'm using the pulse rifle. From what I know, it's not the most damaging, but it's a decent gun. It sure feels decent. I just hope that I can aim further with this. I hear NFTA. Oh boy, it's okay. Oh. Oh ho ho ho. We have a sniper. Sound like a suppressed gun? That's mighty dangerous. This gun sucks. Whoa, another one? No, I don't think I can grab too many guns here. I already have one extra. I'm too thick already. I might take this. Just take this one. 1.5k. I'm too thick. I cannot take it. I would take it, but it's making Kobo too thick. Who the fuck is controlling all the things? What area is this?
Doctors in all branches of medicine.
No. Maybe... yeah, this one's pretty heavy. You're making me want to play this instead of Soul Frame tonight. You're welcome. There's still so many I haven't explored yet. It's crazy. It's a fake footstep? Maybe there's like a key card that I need. Boo. I'll take it. We open up everything in the server room, but this is server room 3. How about 1 and 2? Actually, I want to try sniper. My voice is gone. Control tower. Oi. I mean, it's only 0.05. Mind the ambushes put in the vault that's expensive stuff? Yeah, I stole it from someone by killing them. I don't have any other ones. Because I stole them and they're mine, no? Div, anything? No. I guess I can change back to.
You know, this was me 5 years ago, and it told me.
Someone's packing fucking Magnum frag? Good god. Yeah, I'm surprised I didn't die from that. Invalid data?
Maybe you don't want the royal egg ready, but you do want the extra protection of chocolate chips.
Heckin' bully. Just wall things? I learned about it today. I can shoot that thing and then no alarm. Where's my crabber? Oh. Was that an XJ sample? I don't know, but I do have a lot of samples. KA? EJ? KR? I don't know. I haven't find Dr. Moss before for a long time. Still good? Yeah, they have free samples.
You can make the funniest looking people in the whole world.
Oh. Hey. I'm too thick again. Really or not, this masterpiece. My shotgun doesn't kill when I'm shooting center mass. When I'm shooting center mass, but the suspect one shots me. I hate it when game does that. Also, hi Jake. Welcome. Bip. Bip. What to do? I'm too heavy. I'm walking at 29% speed.
Sit right down here, and don't you touch anything.
Mm-hmm. Ooh. I should probably use... I want to use the micro frag, but I couldn't aim. Oh!
So creepy, so delicious, so different.
C201? Oh, wait. So... It's another whole new... Are you... You are the one that's controlling the door, are you? That's what you get. Now open up everything. There we go. That's a good pose for them. And if I was just using a terminal past them, yeah. And Kobo is stealthy like that. They wouldn't know. So apparently there's like a data that I need. Oh my god, there's so much more to explore. Oh. Sure looks like I can go there. Oh my god, hi mistress. Hi everyone, oh my god. Welcome. Hello, hello. I'm a nerd, I'm getting raided. Hi TJ, hi mistress, hi Bright Talk, again. Hi Solar, again. Hi Varix, hi V. Welcome. Many dragon, oh my god. Welcome, welcome. Hope you are doing good. TJ, welcome. I'm just trying to like exploring some endgame stuff here. So yeah. Also I have purple laser sight. Very very nice. Welcome everyone from Mistress's Raid. I'm Tiara. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons, 2 bits. I love dragon bits. I do art sometimes. Welcome. Caption is so cursed. The cursed caption feels normal at this point. I'm also too thick. You know what? I'm throwing the bullet away. Oh yeah, if you need any post-stream care, get some food, get some drink, get some rest. Very important. Thanks again for the raid. I'm throwing away this one. I'm throwing away this one. I'm throwing away this one. Don't know what that did. I'm gonna throw one of yeah, fuck it. I'm too heavy anyway. I need my nade. My nade. Did the closed captioner say hi HIV? Crazy. Maybe there's some other places that I can find data tips. Oh. Oh, there's a low gravity? Oh my god. Wait. Oh. I'm gonna get shot. Oh no. Are they actually shooting me from down there? I mean, they kinda are. Oh my god. Unfortunate to be you. Micro frag very strong? This place is a carnage. More shotgun? I don't detect the gas mask. Honestly, I'm not too sure where I'm going currently. I'm just kind of going back and forth with this place. That's the entrance to... What is that helmet? Whoa! Did you just survive a full charge coil point blank? This guy must be packing the good shit. They are packing the good shit. I'm so glad they're not shooting at me because I will die in 2 seconds. Actually, 0.1. 0.1 second. That was all micro frag. Holy shit. I'm too thick again. This one is 1800. I might just throw away the pulse rifle. No pulse rifle for me. Also, I want to look at your helmet though. That's a really cool helmet. Damn. And then they got the tooth here as well. Ooh. Why is the enemy like having the coolest helmet and then I'm stuck with just me covering my face with cloths and shit? Like, I want something cooler. I don't know where this leads. I'm gonna go out and then come in again. For the safe, right? For the safe. Oh, I came from here. Oh! That's fine. Might have been my inner demon. Yeah, they're controlling the door again. No. I shouldn't have done that. Oh, shh. I couldn't move. I couldn't move. I literally cannot move. What is that gun? I cannot move. I'm being forced to just jump and shoot. What the heck? That's pulse rifle? If a minute run dead because of one person who didn't get magically blinded. Is it the radio or not? Oh, I'm gonna get zapped. Oh. using stun rounds. Completely incapacitated for a few seconds. Afterwards, I lose all recent memories. Why are you trying to hit me with stun rounds? Do you think a stun round is going to hurt me? No. It's made to not hurt. Why would you use that one? Stun around on the $125 rifle? I mean, that's kind of pog, no? I don't need a good gun. I just need a strong bullet. Stun rounds do normal 556 damage, I believe. Oh, like an FMJ? I mean, it does hurt a little bit. This is acid, I think. Okay, it is acid. Someday I feel like I'm gonna be confident enough to do a audience anarchy performance as an actor, because being an actor looks really heckin' fun. Every time I go to Mistress's VR chat hangout in Saturday early morning my time, and then I just saw people acting in audience anarchy. It's always so funny. I love that. Maybe someday I'm brave enough to do it. Is this yet the canister? Oh my god, it is in this place?
那个阿 Win 那边他有 scan 的吗？
阿 Win 那边好像可以，它可以用 QR
可以 QR 哈？
啊，好像是可以用 QR 的。
我想去那边。
哦，可以可以，因为我今晚跟新他们去吃，所以就没有跟先咯。啊，他们现在应该是开了咯。OK， 可以可以。你要 FJ 锁匙吗？It's okay. I'm sure Mom will be fine. Wait, I should drink. I'm back. Tea good. Double butt plug. Did you tell them that? Tell them they're ready for battle? Who? Who's ready for battle? Door got locked. Guess I have to go. You have to battle them? No, I don't need to. Why do I need to battle them? That's my mum. I need to get rid of that. Oh, they hurt. What are you using? Just normal 556? Guess I'm kinda squishy. I don't feel like I've been here, but this one... Oh, did I open that one? I don't remember. To win? Have you seen any new weird stuff yet? If you're referring to the weird golden T-posing angels, then yeah. That happened twice actually. I was like, oh shit. And then it's funny to look at someone getting burned to a crisp from far away. Hey. Yeah, this is where I was. You! Oh! 你他妈给战火吓死了没？真的是！哎呦喂，搞什么鬼？吓死了喏！L 破气，我跟你讲，不耐哦。Thanks for not being able to aim. One time I told you the mist angels are apparently less angels. Guess we know what the big angels are now. Yeah. I had that theory too, and I'm glad I was right. It's so fucking cool. Although, when I zoom in with the binoculars, and they just look kind of funny. we are the T-posing angel. Way. I want to get in. There has to be something in there. Right? I mean, that looks important. That looks like a key. There has to be a key card somewhere. I would stand up and walk, but it's not faster. You know, normally I hate burst fire weapons. I've found that I love selective burst weapons. One where you can let go of the trigger to cancel the burst early. I mean, doesn't every gun does that? Question mark? Or am I just big dum dum? Does the gas hurt? And some games know when you pull the trigger the whole burst goes out. End of story. Oh. NTS series can do that, but some lock you into burst unless you swap to semi outright. Oh, I never really have that problem. I feel like whenever I use a burst fire gun, I can just stop whenever. In this game anyway, right? But then the 2000 RPM 2-shot, that one is a different story. That one just straight up shoot 2 shots with 1 trigger.
They take better care of little cuts and scratches. They stay put.
Many shining. Give bullet. Am I too thick? I mean, obviously I am, but 1 kilogram for 450, 1 kilogram for 400, 1.5 for 160, but that's copper wire I need it. If you're fast and light enough on the trigger, 626 as far as I can tell is 2 round force. Yeah, I'm running it at the moment trying to decide which tactical 556 is my favorite. I really love the one trigger 2-shot gun. That one's really good. I've been using that for a long time and I was like, I kind of want to change gun for a bit. Get fucked. There should be a white door. There. Yeah. Uh-huh. Type 18 specifically because of one variant, Type 18C Spectre. I don't remember gun names, I just like kind of feel how they suit.
Maybe you don't want royal eggs this way.
I just had to. Yo. Okay, no doors are gonna get closed now at least. Huh. I feel if I jump down from here it's gonna hurt. Oh. For round, high muzzle velocity, suppressive front, grab a really strong scope, but it kicks and enemy blink targets at extreme ranges. And Tech MTR feels better than Spectre to me. Seems to be slightly sideways because of the one-time scope. Anything that's one-time scope, I'm just not a big fan of because of my eyesight. Like, Kobo has poor eyesight. It's already been like a fact at this point. Oh my god, bubble wrap. Bubble wrap? Got him. Oh, that feels so good. This is the best anomaly. I'm gonna throw guns away. I'm gonna throw this one away actually. I have extra in my base, so it should be fine. Throwing it away. The combo is too thick. 0.8, 0.3, 0.2. This one's 3.3 kilogram for 1800. No. CQC Generalist? 1.6 kilogram? Oh, pork ribs is so heavy? Slap that meat. It just sounds like I'm slapping that meat. One more. Oh. Oh my god, I'm so fast now. Ooh. I didn't mean to shoot. Hey, Susie Q. DR77 HCI against really powerful scope front grade 163006 600 RPM. No suppressor, but that's fine because it put things down quick. Oh wait, there's more. Am I... Why? What did I do? Drink. What did I do? What made you sick? Okay, we good. Did you know crouch walking is faster? Did that open up the door? No. Let me in. Let me in. There's a key inside. Also, raw meat ain't healthy. Actually, with society is not really sleep sneaking. So you're lower in the ground and does feel like everything moving by faster? Yeah. Across the same distance and timed it? Wow. I didn't. Dang, I'm kinda lost. Actually, scratch that. I am mega lost. Like, I think I've been through everywhere. In this place, anyway. If I'm gonna keep this open, I'm just gonna... How about down here? I mean, I came from down here the first time, no? Did I know? I totally did. Is that someone else's laser sight? No, that's just... Oh, okay, that scared me. I'll announce my presence to everyone here. BR style 3006. Just say before all those very nice with a piece of my beer so you can run out and usually just hold the trigger and hold them down. Wait. I mean, I know that one leads to Greywater Marsh. How about this one? But I want to get out. I want to get zapped again. I've been thinking of shot caller lately. That came out of nowhere. Ow! Actually, that doesn't came out from nowhere. Wait. I didn't walk into it. I accidentally walked into it. That's different. Oh my god. Maybe there's like a key card hidden here? Chances are low, but I've been trying to find a key card. But then again, key card is so small. How am I supposed to find it? 3? 3. This gun feels really heckin' nice actually. The muzzle velocity of 980 feels pretty lethal. That's how I feel anyway. Susie Q? It's kinda hard to not aim, huh? I can get lucky a few times, but not every time. Are you telling me that I can just destroy this and then the door would just malfunction? So it has to be some data tip somewhere here that I can... that I can get from... Probably not here? It's probably not here, you know, it's probably not here. Unless it's in the server room? I mean, there's nothing here that I can use. Guess I can try. Getting off Twitch, take care everyone. Night night, good morning. Oh, night night TJ. Thanks for hanging around. Have a good rest, TJ. Oh. Oh, I picked one. Come on. Oh, that sucked. Don't get spooked. Kobo will try. Even though I do get spooked quite a lot. What did you pick up there? That's the ether resin. I still don't know what it does, but they're like extremely heavy, and by that they are like 1 kilogram for 400 money. 1 kilogram. Is there something here that I need to do? Never try opening these. Can you try? Can I open them? Oh, opening those. Oh. Who collects them? I don't know. Maybe a bomb could destroy the server? Well, Kobo likes bomb. Wait. Huh. I don't think that did anything. Weapon? Weak explosion. Yeah. I should probably just get out of here. I don't think there's anything here I can do. For now anyway. The sound feels so good though, this gun. Whatever this gun is called. MTR-14 long barrel. The gun sounds really good. It's like kapow. Kapow. I like the kaboomers. Quoted from Super Friend. No. Hey! Wow, that was a quick draw. Susie Q! It's probably my favorite rifle in the game outside of tactical tier stuff. I mean, I could be using the Death Adder still, but I want to try out some other guns. Wait. It's the spitter. That sounds really close. They should come in a group of 3, no? Oh my goodness. Who the book? That sounded like a big gun. Oh wait. This door, right? This door. Ooh, that's a sniper. Oh my god, that's a sniper. Wait a minute. I'm a little bit scared. Give me a second. You stop there, you asshole! Of course, who needs night vision when they can just know where I am forever? Welcome to Project Silverfish, where they don't need to know where you are. They can always pinpoint where you are in pitch black. That's what they're looking at, by the way. No night vision, no nothing. They just know where you are. We love Project Silverfish. It's the only thing that's very bullshit in my opinion, but can't complain too much. I love the game. Alright, whatever it is that you're packing. No. What the? Where your gun? Oh. Ooh. Ooh. How did I fucking not die? They missed their shot? It's a 50 cal? I'm so glad I checked. No fucking way. Yeah, that bitch wants me dead. Holy shit, that bitch actually just wants to fucking kill me. I'm so fucking glad they missed. I could have died in one shot and I couldn't even complain. Like, shit was crazy, man. This stuff is... I'm no longer asking you to die. I have a lot of... Oh my god, wait. This one has a scope. Oh no. Chat. Chat. Oh no. I have a lot of Hey-Up bullet in my storage, and I found a scoping gun. Scoping 50 cal bullet. I am asking you to die now. Hey-Up, this is no longer a request. Trite, you're going to sleep now. You're sitting down and dying. I was fucking going to dirt now. Yay. Hey, we got something out of it. Have seen a rifle before? Might be a new one. Oh my god, look at this. It's so long. Anti-material rifle? Oh, I can look at inside. Why do how do you even need a hay-up round in this game with no armored vehicles? I'm okay. Peach! This is the worst gun ever. How did they not die? The 50 cal is a fucking fraud. Excuse me, that was a back shot. He did either incendiary? I mean, yeah, he did, but I wouldn't. I wonder when they fly away. Oh yeah, burn that corpse. This thing has a fucking personal agenda against that person. Well, against that lizard anyway. Oh hey, look, it's the same gun that I'm using as well. High explosive armor penetration 50 cal. Redacted takes, I think, 4. Yep, redacted. Vibranium armor. Those are a bit fucking tough. Yeah. He gojoed around. He gojoed around. Fuck. I'm using back my coil gun for now. It was a blue, he parried it. Oh my god, did they just do the Daigo parry? I cannot believe it. It's Evo Moment 34 over again. Ping 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 ping. Jumping. Jump heavy. Low crouching medium kick. Shoryuken into super. Oh my god, stinky, 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 stinky. I don't want to get sick again. Okay, we could. If I remember the evil moment, move my move. What a nerd! Yeah, I'm a nerd when it comes to fighting games. Oh my god. Kobo loves the punch kick. Run 1 on Tekken 2. Didn't I know? I think I played the arcade history of Tekken 1, 2, and 3, no? That was like pretty recent as well. No balls. The Kobo literally have no balls. What do you want? And Kobo has slit. Actually, no balls. How many golden vertebrae is too many? What's a golden vertebra? That sounded very far away. Uh-oh. Not the stinky. Oh. So I was in there. Very cool. Nice. Need a range repair? Game says, here's one for you. I hate how the game works. Did they just... Oh my god. Yo, free goon? What are you? Here, not MTA. Shut up. I'm trying to do something. Shoot up. Shoot up. Right. That was. Maybe a few love blue. Go nuts. Nut. What's that do? I mean, I guess I'm sure. Is that the triangulation? Wait, this might be the triangulation. Check. Oh my god, it is. Okay, 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 okay. I cannot believe it. Kobo found it. Kobo found the thing. What time? It's almost 6. I have a dinner at 7. My friend is going back to Cebu tomorrow and we're all so sad. Aww. I assume this is another triangulation thingy. Nope, I got you baited. Or is it like one zone 1 repair? Or is it that? Does it look like that? No. Maybe they look different? Nothing's flashing, so... I'm thinking maybe it's a one zone 1 triangulation fix thingy. One zone 1 repair, or is it zone 2 in stone? I don't know. It's the first time I'm trying to do this mission. Who you? Oh, bye bye. Watch. Oh. I didn't expect when I actually lose sight of it and then it just teleports. I can look at them and teleport. Oh hey, it's interaction shit. Is this another interaction, I think? It sure feels like Swarm only has 1. Yeah, if there's more, I should be able to look at them. Right? Gosh, that I thought this would be the last Project Silverfish stream, but apparently there's still so many things to look at. And Kobo is thrown. I mean, to be fair, I'm a very slow, like... I'm a very slow player as well. I mean, look at me, I'm just... ducking and walking forever, constantly. I kind of want to teleport. Can we explore Annex? Because I haven't done that yet. I need to do all the electronically locked areas still. No, I haven't fully explored Annex yet. I just been to Annex today, and because I got too extremely heavy, I was walking at like 20% speed. So I have to go back to Stone Maze and store everything, and then now I'm here. At least going to Annex doesn't seem too hard from Stone Maze. This one should lead to... I mean, I kinda reach Greywater Marsh from Annex. If I'm in Greywater Marsh, this one should lead to Stone Maze? Railings. This one, maybe. Looks like it anyway. Cultist or scavenger? Hmm? Hidden junction? Oh! Oh! Wait, I'm in a safe place! What? Oh! Wait, how did I do that? Oh shit, this is a safe place. Oh my god, revolution! Look at them! I didn't know. Heck yeah. Alright, we can do some trade in here. Very, very nice. They even have turrets and shit. Oh wait, before I trade with anyone, go here. Alright, you. I know you have hay up. You don't have hay up, I've been lied to. How dare you not have any hay up? Alright, the thing. Fine. I don't want to trade with you anymore.
Hey,
Ooh. Oh, you don't like this? There we go.
goodbye.
Only Revolution and NFTA has turrets. Dang. They're greedy. I should go find Dr. Mosby for that. Oh.
I understand. You got it.
Oh my god, you have hay up and you hate it? He hates the hay up bullet? Oh my god. Well, you deserve this. I'll take this one though. There you go.
Hello there.
No hay
Someone's
up.
in a hurry.
Someone's in a hurry. I kinda am actually. Homebrew medicine. Scope cabin. Do they hate this or do they like it? Oh, they hate it. Maybe I don't need that.
Another time.
Hello. Maybe next time.
And then from here we can go to Boro. And then Boro I can clean up my stuff. Oh, I got
Someone's in a hurry.
a dragon. I have to get that. I should gather all my dog tags. I think I have a lot of dog tags. And I can exchange for a lot of the thing. Where's the thing again? The thing, this thing. Eat the flux detector. Good enough.
See you around.
Thanks for the dragon bullet.
Someone's in a hurry. I'll see you around. Hi there.
Hot dog? Give me hot dog. I give you some bullet. Four bullet. 3 bullet. You better make it count.
Someone's in a hurry.
You better make it count. Only 3 bullet. Alright, let's go to Borrow, do some trading, and I'll probably call it a day. And then tomorrow, I'll most likely play this again, and then we can continue exploring more of some of the dungeons, especially Annex, and also... I'm not too sure how can I find the data tape for the wall. Ooh.
Oh, hello.
Tandem?
Another time.
I've been told tandem sucks. I want to run to Dr. Mosby, while also use my anti-material rifle. How much hay up do I have? I have a lot of hay up. Oh my goodness. Tandem sucks for long range. Actually, yeah, that's fair. Because it is like less accuracy but more bullet count thing. Alright, we're at good weight, not too heavy. I don't need to bring too much of these actually. These definitely, because I used a lot of 5.56 bullets. Maybe I don't even need to bring the grenade. We use something else. This thing. First aid man. Boop. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna quickly run to Dr. Mosby. I'm just gonna like disregard everything that's shooting at me. From here to Black Lake, to Depot, to Actually, I don't want to describe everything that shoots at me, but I'm just gonna stand up and walk now. I have a 50 cal bullet who's gonna do some Ow. I don't think anyone's gonna do anything to me. No balls. No one? No one? Is freelancers coming? That's a different... What is that? Oh. Bitch! Oh, I missed it. You better keep moving. You better keep moving. Oh, you stop moving there? Get fucked. I'm so shit. I'm so shit. I mean, they're also shit, but still. Where's that Wraith? I think that Wraith went to depot. Let's try to chase it down. Maybe. Gosh, it's raining here. I wish it's raining here as well. Like yesterday or the day before yesterday. 2 days ago it rained for a bit and that was it. And it hasn't rained for a long time again. I want rain. Bitch. Mushroom.
Oh, hello.
I need this. You can take this. Venison? Guess I can give you some of these. 5. 6. Okay.
What are you looking at?
How about you?
Oh, hey. Keep walking.
Strange. Depot. Oh, ooh. Ooh. Oh yeah, the village is here. Yeah, here. Oh. It's a rave. Killed freelancers? Oh, yikes. Let's go get them. Oh, there was a lightning strike? That was so cool. Well, I'm gonna loot your loot your things. Is that the core? Oh my god, you're so small! It's so small, I don't know how to hit them. Are you coming my way? Don't go there now. Holy, how many bullet can you tank? Okay, this is fine. This is fine.
This is fine. Me. Oh, wait. 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 Kobo gonna yip in Chinese now? Hiya. You got the American Yipper, and then you got the Chinese Yipper. Chinese Yipper. พวก clean ขยะ is what it needs. Oh, I thought I hit everything, leh. I thought lah, but maybe I wrong. I mean, to be fair here, I'm like cheat. I cheat aim. Oh, we can always just do broken yip glitch. I guess I could just yip my way to victory. How about this in chat? You ask a question, I answer in Chinese or in broken yip glitch. Like any question. and then I answer in broken English. Yeah. Oh, I need that. Oh. Hmm? Oh. Hmm? Oh. I feel so strong that I don't... I feel like I can just run around without being too scared now, no? Kobo feels strong. I think this session I know die once, eh?
Oh, hey.
Dragon. Oh my god, dragon.
Another time. Hello. Later.
Hi there.
2:30? I have 2:30.
Someone's in a hurry.
Great news! Our experience was like... What? What happened? Our experiment was a success. We were able
to restore harvested ether back into the quantum fabric at rate up to 30%. It's far from perfect, but it's enough that we will be able to restore at least some of the damage ether harvesting has dropped. There was a small amount of feedback, but it should be normal. Next, we must write a set of drill instructions to reverse the real thing. To do that, we will need a powerful computer system, something we lack here at my lab. Oh. There must be something out there, perhaps even. I uploaded our experiment result to the public terminal over there. If you find a computer powerful enough, load a data tab to our finding in, and it should be able to do the rest. Once you have the instructions set ready, go directly to the drill and launch the order. No time to waste. Alright, I'll do it. Should? Should? Will not be completed until a later update? Oh, doesn't matter how. The ether drill must be reversed one way or another. Upload our experiment result to the public terminal, use the data tab to load them into a powerful computer and generate the reverse instruction for the drill. If you can't find a computer powerful enough, you may still be able to reverse the drill manually, but that's incredibly risky. You must get the drill and reverse it as soon as possible. Is this what the wall needs? That might be what the wall needs, ne? This one, right? Yeah, I need this for the wall. I think the map is like maybe half done. I think so. But then again, it's what the wall needs. And I think the wall is like still mid-game, question mark? Anything I can help you find? Give me your money. Oh. Well, that's some money, I guess. Who knows how the main quest there is past reversing the drill? Dr. Queen hands you a note? What? A note Dr. Quinn secretly handed you in Mosby's lab. What's going on? Hands you a frog? Hands you a frog? Where's my frog? I want frog. Can't say anything out loud. I don't want to alert his suspicions. I'm beginning to question Dr. Mosby's objectivity when it comes to this plan. During our experiment with reversing the microdrill, I noticed an alarming amount of ear-to feedback. Mosby keeps trying to assure me it's completely nominal, but with no way of scanning our experiment, it's impossible to know just how severe this feedback will be with the real thing. It's entirely possible that Dr. Mosby is correct, and that the feedback will scale linearly, but for him to rest everything on that conclusion, it's not scientific. I know your options are limited here. They are for all of us. You are the only one who will immediately be able to tell if reversing the drill is truly dangerous. So it's down to you. It's down to your discretion at the moment. Have a contingency in place. What's a contingency? What are you talking about, Dr. Quinn? We're fine. We're fine. We're totally fine. Ooh. Night vision. Oh, backup plan. Oh, that's way easier to understand. Give me this. Give me this. PK fire. Oh, sorry. Night shack. Oh, it's the DL6. 3-round burst. Modernized version of the PK-46 fitted with backlight furniture and night vision scope. 7K? Shit. That's expensive. What time's now? Oh fuck, I probably have to call it a day. It's almost 6:30. I have to prepare for the dinner after. Take this. So have a backup plan?
Hello there. Maybe next time.
By exploding the drill? Hey, Kobo likes explosion. Contingency is a backup plan. Basically, if things go wrong, you can fall back on that. Oh. Why are they giving that to Kobo? And Kobo just want explosions. Well, that's what we're gonna do tomorrow at least. I have to stop here. Actually, before anything, can I... Oh. Oh, it's a script for... It's a script to do the drill thing. And then when I put it here, it just shows the script, I think. That's kind of funny. Alright, we're gonna go out and then we can save that. And then I'm probably just gonna raid out quickly. Yikey beaky. Let's quit here. Wow. I didn't think there's still so many things in this game. Okay. Need to find a raid target quick. I want to listen to... I want to listen to the same music again. Second tag tournament 2. Shut. They have either 1 hour or 5 minutes? 13 years ago. Wow. I think Attack Tournament 2 is old. I love this music. It's great. Alright, anyway. I want to play Far Far West sometime. At some point. I want to play Far Far West. Game looks really fun when I saw Levo play that. Let's rate Astro. We're gonna rate to a mouse. Oh my goodness. Right, we have a rate target. That was really quick. Right, let me just plug my things real quick. Like speed plug, alright. I have coffee, and coffee helps, and coffee nice, and coffee good, right? Coffee helps me pay my bills and stuff, so yeah, it helps. And I also have a Discord channel where I announce my stream stuff over there. And there's Dragon Simping Corner because I love dragons a lot. But mostly it's just for me to announce my stream stuff. Like I'm not streaming yesterday. Something like that, right? So yeah. I think that's pretty much it, right? Speed plug done. We're just gonna have a rate message. Copy this. And then we're gonna ask Astro for a mouse uppies. I'm small enough. I'm sure I can get some uppies with that. And let me type it right to Astro. Astro mouse. Okay. He's currently playing Tomodachi Life, Living the Dream. Yeah. Looks like he's trying to create someone. Sure looks like it. Okay, I typed in the rate. I'm gonna do a speed rate and I'm gonna press rate now button immediately after. So before the rate, though, and Kobo wants to say, thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves y'all, right? And here comes the raid to Astro Mouse. Hiya. Nom the Kobo. But I don't want to get eaten. I will heckin' stay in your mall. I like staying in mall, but not getting eaten. Bye bye, Brecky. Thanks for hanging around. Bye everyone. I'm gonna go prepare real quick now, so take care everyone. Kobo loves y'all. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Mwah. Bye bye. Take care. Before you were so tasty. Yeah, no, I'm raiding out now. Bye bye.